Hoping. Oh, we're hoping that there's no technical difficulties. I don't know. Freddy, are you back? Are you with me? I sure can. I guess we continue. We move along. Yeah. We had a little bit of an interesting opener to the day, a couple of, well, a longer game, and then a pretty quick one as we move forward to close the day out, myself alongside Freddy. Here's the first of the games that he and I will be covering, Adult Amigos 2.0, not just the 1.0. And got a new look here for the new year. And then Game Hunters, who I think kind of ran the way through into the end of this past year. They looked decent enough, made some nice moves into playoffs with a couple of CCT events, but I don't think quite ended where they wanted to be. So they made a couple of changes, or a change specifically, as we peek at the roster coming into this one. Nulks is back, and by back I mean he is back with ABR, who he was playing with for the vast majority of last year, but it is just his second official with the squad as they jump into this CCT South America for the first time in the new year. But I mean, they look pretty decent. A couple of playoffs, they made top 8 even at Series 4, and so I thought we were seeing some good moves from them. Freddie, do we have you back?
I mean, maybe. Any word if I'm hearable, but I guess if I am, just reiterating your point. I think it's like it is a good move in upper projection. I think getting like consistent playoffs, getting top 8, losing to Sharks, losing to pretty much only like ECL teams level or in South America in playoffs. I think that's like a really respectable thing, and I think it's a good look. And you would assume that the roster change is one of it should be elevating the team a little bit as well. You're bringing in a lot of experience, someone who's played RMRs with the likes of Solid, so should be elevating. I guess this is the magic question. If we go over to Adelia Amigos, am I? Yep, seems like we're all good. This is a team though, Vincent, we were talking about of probably similar conversations, but just to a higher level.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're talking about recognizable names and pieces, even if you're not like somebody in the South American space or that you haven't been looking into this area, you'll know a lot of these guys as they've been around for quite a while. And to be fair, I guess Amigos is probably fair because I know Showtime has played with Delboni back in like one of the first or second iterations of Imperial, and then Fasten and CKJal both played with Showtime on a different iteration of Imperial. So like, there's a lot of coming together of friends, if you will, from years past as we jump into 2025. And I was a fan of what Showtime was able to do with Bounty Hunters. I don't know exactly why or how that ended, but I mean, they look good. Like, they look like a good team. They had a lot of help from Puria, who looked like a superstar on that team. But still, they were doing a lot of good work, man.
No, Train's been insta-banned. No. I really wish like we saw teams, so I feel like we're at a stage where we're talking about the veto as it's coming up on the screen, where if a team puts a lot of work into Train, so Game Hunters or instead of insta-banning it, you can really catch teams off guard. So I think it's in a very weird state where I don't think even if you're playing it that much, you really quite understand how to grasp it. It feels quite awkward to play sometimes, but if you get it down to a decent stage, you're just going to be better than the people. So unfortunately, no Train in this game, but I feel like you could really. It's a great space when a new map gets added. That's very different to its previous iterations. Map 1 will be Dust 2. We've got Nuke coming up second, and then Mirage Insider. And it seems like we're going straight into it. We were both saying how we had Adalia Amigos as the favorites going into this, and then as we go onto their map pick, we're looking to see if they can prove it.
Yeah, and I think it is a prove it kind of time for this squad, especially as one. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think this is like a traditional organization, you know what I mean?
I think it is an organization. I think it's just like a name holder, like a name place.
Exactly. That's what I'm at least aware of. Oh, this is quick. We're zooming. ABR is up close and personal, and they're going to get up ahead of some of that utility that Showtime that gets removed, and even one throwing the utility might be in trouble here. Deep as fast and falls as well. This is great control for the CTs. Game Hunters have it all.
Yeah, I mean, like, kills that roll in. You know, we're seeing Cassin walk through the smoke there, or sorry, Delboni. But realistically, as soon as you see ABR getting, honestly, even the first kill on the Showtime, which removes utility, as soon as he gets both of those kills on both of the util holders, round's done. Like, the whole round that Adalia Amigos had set up, that they had conjured up. Oh my god, is it done? Never mind. I was talking about how this round's over and, you know, bloody blah yada. Kason just one tap. And he's got 55 seconds with the bomb in his bag. Is this now actually a reality?
I mean, we're talking about a possibility. Reality is still the question mark, but I mean, that's what this guy's been doing, right? Like, Jason's a guy that he knows what to do in these clutch scenarios, and oh my goodness, he knows it's both there. If he gets around the corner, he can sprint. He can get there. It's just a question of how fast the Game Hunters react, and that's immediately.
Yeah, he's still gonna be given the luxury of going up short. Oh my god, he started rotating towards him. Actually, he tries to go behind him. Okay, that's where the madness gets resolved. And of all people as well, ABR to get the final kill. He was the one who started off in top mid here with, as you're gonna see, you know, he takes out the utility, the smoke flash pretty much instantly, and then yeah, boom, round over.
Yeah, I mean, the game plan there to get mid to be essentially entirely gone when you don't have that smoke, especially on a pistol round. Didn't help that ABR wasn't stopped even after that. Fasten going down, so the flash is gone as well.
Fine. No bomb down, but still a full purchase from the T side.
Oh my!
That was a woo-bang headshot from the scout. But this is an awkward round for the T side. You don't really have any utility. Like what? You've got 2 smokes, 4 flashes, and you have no long control. And you're not going to be able to retake that. So no matter what happens right now, you've got Adalia Amigos with only 1 smoke left, where they're going to come up short, and it's like, it's so difficult to get up short with that then.
It is. That being said, looking at like the weaponry that they're working with on that this side of the map, I mean, it's going to have to be essentially this 1M4. That's everything. So if they can somehow, some way close the distance with that smoke and the couple of flashes that they have, then maybe something, shot taken, but will just take long in response. This is the safe play from Game Hunters.
Yeah, this is actually what I was scared of Game Hunters doing this, because now it's going to be really hard to retake, and this is when the Tech 9s come into its own. This is their playground, where we start seeing Game Hunters close the gaps. The Tech 9s are going to start hitting some headshots. Good flashbang though, does find the side player, that's the rifler, and he will get taken down. Unfortunately, the Tech 9s seem like they're only going to be able to take 1 kill, with Nox, the newest addition, being up.
I mean, that's working with limited weaponry and utility in that retake. Game Hunters, they didn't have a lot. They had the 1 flashbang, and, I mean, I guess they picked up a second one here, and then they had the smoke. They tossed on the bomb at the end. But that was about it. They had to make that work, and perfectly placed, bodied up together, working as a unit in order to ensure that, you know, individual duels were going to be difficult for the Amigos. And so despite a nice bomb plant, he goes back in a similar spot, but oh boy, I don't know. Okay, they don't go full into this, but the Amigos are still putting in money.
Yeah, they've got what, 2,900 lost bonus next round, so they should have a full investment. Maybe Kason on a bill or just no util. Showtime's going to be getting the AWP out. All about damage, I guess, in this round. I think this is very South American-esque when you see the deal armors being brought around. But hey, I love it. I'm all here for the it's just like that. Almost got a clap. Ooh, bomb could go down on A here, and that is worst case scenario for Game Hunters. That's the economical woes. There is none. But for some reason, Nello's just invincible.
Yeah, I mean, he's somehow dodged so many bullets in that moment. He just should be dead. He should have been dead 3 times, but instead he's got 4 kills. Game Hunters will, I mean, they'll laugh about it and walk into the next round 3-0. I think he'll take that.
Mello was the guy that we were speaking beforehand, and I was like, damn, this guy's got some crazy stats, but not massive experience. And you were talking about Furia, the academy team, being a bit awkward, and it's nice to see him maybe on an actual team to see where he can flourish, and probably in the future on a more like kind of better team, as harshly would you say. So it's going to be interesting to see. I'm looking to be proved, and especially CT side as an AWPer. I'm looking to be wowed.
Yeah, he had some well moments for sure on Fury Academy, and yeah, I feel like it is maybe disrespectful, but dude, they just had such a weird roster all of last year. It felt like sometimes it was nothing to speak of because they didn't have a final idea of what they wanted to do. No resistance posted up at long, though, for Game Hunters. They went towards Catwalk instead, and speak of the devil, we got Mello here. If they end up moving forward, this is still very aggressive for Game Hunters. They have cat control, they have mid control, and they're taking upper B, and they're pushing back any of the Amigos who would have maybe had posted control in this area. They're gone.
Delboni should be... He is very aware of someone being here. He's gone quiet. Nox should get this kill, but he won't. And that unravels everything for Game Hunters now. Still, though, they're going to commit all 4 players towards the A-bomb site. Delboni completely straight from this round. And even though we had a man advantage going into this execute, the Hunters not deterred whatsoever and are still keeping this round alive. And protection lost. Fadazin alone on the A-bomb site, but Delboni, sure, he was a stray to begin with, but now he's coming in to backpack him short. Mello is holding for him, but that doesn't matter. Everyone falls apart. Adele Amigos show what they're truly made of.
You know what? And listen, CKJL gets 1 kill there and ends up going down, but honestly, he's actually really saved the round outside of Delboni being so aware of that move up mid. The fact that he buys enough time to get the bomb down, to get them into like any semblance of a post plan, even if it's not great, even if it's kind of temporary out on a ramp. The fact that he has the time to ensure that is what sets the Amigos up. Otherwise, Delboni's like lurk there. In fairness to him, how could he know that they just 4-stacked A? That, fair enough. But he would have gotten very little out of that lurk had it not been for that time.
Yeah, there's a world that Del Amigos could have fallen off, but they'd already initiated the execute, so it's probably best just to go with it at that stage. Interesting enough, I'm seeing Game Hunters back-to-back now put 2 riflers towards short, and they're using not a third player in middle. You sometimes see these early setups in short where you have the 2 riflers or an AWPer and a rifle, and then someone in middle getting an underpass or being more of the moving piece. But instead, Game Hunters are just trying to get that early control, but when forced off by utility, they reset into retaking long, which they're going to be taking for free, and that's something they've been doing well on the CT side so far, is just taking control. When they don't have anything, they do collect information.
It's the first time the Amigos have had the opportunity to play this more methodical, mid-centric cat approach, where they have the utility to work their way up slowly but surely, and key here is slow. 35 seconds left. It's not a lot of time, but plenty if they want to actually pull the trigger on this cat push, which is going to be a fake, ultimately. They'll head mid to B instead.
Faz is dropping. Faz is behind Nox. Doesn't matter. How does not get that kill? He nails the CT, nails the mid-smoke, and somehow gets a second. Oh, he's pushing straight through. Okay, Nox. Oh, finally gets put down, but the damage has been dealt, and Delboni last alive. They know exactly where he is. Time's run out. Bombs in no man's land, and my God, Nox. He's already had one pretty decent round. I was like, oh, look at him, he's on the block. There you go, a second time. And guess what? Delboni dies after time, so he's broke.
Yeah, and it's Delboni that I have questions of, actually, in this moment. Like, where is the approach from Tons? Like, I assume he might have been, like, smoked off, or, something happened to stall him out there, but they're getting cut up in mid, and everybody on B is worried about the mid push here. Like, there is nothing at all. He finally gets out, but it's too little too late, and Game Hunters bring it back. I mean, big shout out to Nox, obviously, for the way that he's able to handle that push through mid.
first time we're seeing a proper long battle. It's sometimes just a T-side taking it for free or a C-side retaking it, but right there is the first early interaction that Game Hunters have properly gone for an early take, and they've been rewarded with a kill onto Delboni. We were just talking about him. Well, he's out for the count, and Amigos, Manda's advantage, minimal map control, minimal utility, and 2 players stationed towards B. Feels like this is going to be a very difficult round for the T side.
They wanted to contact, they spotted PRT. They don't get him out. It's a wild spray that ABR can't quite get there in the end. He does massive damage. 2 health and 10 for Showtime, and now Fasten is gone as well. Cason's got to do it all. Big adjustment on the AK. Oh, 3! Oh my god! That is incredible out of Cason.
Bro, sure, okay, those first 2 shots are pretty nice, but that shot onto Mellow, instant headshot on the spray. That round had no right being contestable, and it wouldn't have been if ABR spray wasn't as
Bad?
Yeah, I was gonna say scary, but yeah, no, bad. Yeah, because then like you wouldn't have players worrying, and he really should have got both those kills. Sure, he did loads of damage, but I don't know, that seemed really poor for the B defense in particular, that they couldn't hold on to that when the guys were just pushing through a smoke completely dry in tunnels. I don't know, that's a really bad B defense, but then Kaysen, fair play to him, you gotta bow down to that.
I don't even think you call it bad B defense. Like, the setup was good. They were in the right, I won't say position, PRT was in a wild spot, but they had the crossfire. It's okay until they missed.
PRT's position's fine. Jiggling with a smoke out though is interesting, because that's not the one thing I wouldn't do in that position. You should be dark tucked and you should let door take control. But instead, we digress, and this round's actually just over before they we haven't spoke about it because no contact would have taken. Adela Amigos, they got that pretty gimmicky round off Kaysen, and now from that round have taken the opportunity, pushed themselves further, and made this early stage where we should be right now in like a 6-1 environment for Game Hunters. But instead, it's 4-3 for still 2 Game Hunters, but Adela Amigos making this early game very contestable, where there's a very real reality where it would have been very lopsided.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing some of that factor that I was thinking about coming into this game. With what we just saw from Kaysen, but also Delboni had some big moments that didn't end up working out, but you see the ideas behind it. Some of that stuff that shouldn't be happening, but can get away with. I guess the good news if you're Game Hunters is that was the force buy last round, and because they saved, you get another one. Don't just run it back.
I like it when teams do this. I'm always a big fan of congregating, and exactly what they're doing now. Congregating quite heavily on one side of the map. You win the round if they come to you, or wait, you should, theoretically. And then if they don't, you just hard save, and you just have another round where you're not investing, but you still got a lot of potential and damage that you can inflict. But this round's looking pretty good though for Adela Amigos. They seemingly have picked the right idea.
Yeah, underrated part of that actually is that a lot of times you don't give them any information about like what your investment was like either.
I feel like, sure, not directly, but you should know. Like if you're a T side, you know,
you should.
Like
For
you
sure.
know, okay, 5 have stayed alive. They haven't fought us. They've probably used utility. They're definitely forced.
Just always those questions in the back of the mind.
I just see it as it never gives your opponent an easy round. You know, this round unfortunately has actually ended up looking quite easy, or should be, but it keeps every round. It keeps the T sides definitely having to fight for everything.
Feels icky when you're Game Hunters and you're heading back up Cat there, only to get French 5-7. Always a chance with that, but not this time. And the Amigos walking in, and I'll say it didn't exactly have the greatest of starts to this game, but they have recovered quite nicely, taking what they're given. is the way I would describe it.
This game's looked a lot more competitive than I might have imagined. I feel like because I don't know masses about the teams, but I know about the Adele Amigos, and I think the way you were putting it was like, oh yeah, this should be the Insanity Core doing a bit better. But it's nice that it's early contestation. And again, players towards short. We've only got one this time, but linking up with the open middle, this is a fantastic first 20 seconds in the round for the seed side. They've basically just won the round of catching off individuals.
Yeah, get Mello activated with his AWP early and mid, and an angle that I thought might have been punished for Badrinti, but he adjusts quickly enough, and Game Hunters have themselves a two-man advantage that really would be quite difficult to break open. Tell you amigos, though, they have targeted the right spot. I mean, this is the way you move forward. Fortunately for them, move right into Nulk's crosshair, who simply hasn't been missing tonight. I think that's also a key to continue to talk about.
He's having a very good game. And Game Hunters in general, not doing anything crazy in this round. Playing their default, and it being much, much better than Adele Amigos. One of the first rounds Adele Amigos have properly sped up. Like, we've seen them kind of get out long early on, but that feels like one of the first faster rounds, because they've been doing a lot of slow defaults towards tunnels or long. But there they try to get short. What? CK Zhao, talk about his one taps.
I feel like people forgot about this guy. He was on Intense like most of last year.
Probably why they forgot.
Honestly, Intense wasn't a bad team. I think they just had, like, to be real, one of the most inconsistent players in Freck in the South American scene. And, you know, they had Diozera, but Diozera got ripped back to MIBR Academy after he started looking really, really good. But TK Zhao was good the whole time.
He's played in RMR, you know? Like, he's a good player.
Like, I feel like he just got lost, and I hope this is, you know, a good reminder to people that he's still out here, still fragging.
Yeah, played with Alboni and Showtime for Sal Cianetto at that RMR. So yeah,
Yep.
cool. Different team, different name, different look, same players. This is a lovely reaction from Game Hunters. This is something I was wanting them to do in previous rounds when they knew Adele Amigos had long. And Adele Amigos, whenever they've taken long, they have every time just executed off that. So instead, Game Hunters, they've put what I call the FlyQuest smoke, which is that deep long smoke. Issue is, they haven't flashed through the CT smoke from the T side. So they have no information. They've got 4 players currently over towards the A-bomb site. Luckily for them, though, Adele Amigos repositioning towards B, because it looked like they wanted to go towards long, reposition, and they take a long time doing that. So, Game Hunters have reset.
Tell you what, man, ABR's got some confidence. He's brawling with an MP9, nading open the mid-smoke there with an MP9, getting information. I mean, that's quite committed PRT. Yeah, that's just, it's a lot to contend with. Bunch of players coming at him, and CK Zhao actually picks up the double opener. Smoke goes down, and that, I mean, should be round over, realistically. So far to move for Game Hunters to get back into location, and they don't have anybody really ready to go for this retake. Outside of this AWP, which, I guess to be fair, could do a little something, a little damage.
Look at Fadderson. He's late long. Oh, I wouldn't be the happiest
You'd be screaming.
of bunnies if I'm Pedrinzi. Wouldn't be the happiest. Yeah, it's another instance of PRT having a interesting B hold, an interesting positioning with utility.
This is one of those times where I want to say something and it would be mean, and I just should.
Yeah, I mean, look, your B, how I see B is you put the guy, you just get 2. He's gonna get 2, he's gonna die. BRT has yet to get one in 2 rounds when they've come at him. And has cost them both of those rounds. He's yet to even get any damage, I think.
Yeah, on those 2 rounds specifically, I think you're right about that one.
He's had an MP9 on both of them, sure. Well, he's had very interesting ways of positioning himself with that MP9.
Felt very gimmicky. I think that's the word I would use. Kind of trying to pull something off that is going to be difficult. Couple of saved weapons, that's what they've got to work with. And straight out to Catwalk. This has been successful before. Hello, Showtime. Mello has, in these opening pools, he's been farming.
Yeah, he's doing well, you know. And that's also their utility guide to get them into middle gone. CK Zhao, though, doesn't seem to care. He just walked through the door smoke. Is in CT spawn. This is good. So Cassin's being run down by the masses, and then you've got CK Zhao. Never mind, dead. I was going to say going to come clean it up, but instead, Mello, again, showcasing his individualism. This round, which was a full eco of 2 saved rifles, is now voting in favor of Game Hunters, and unfortunately for Fanison, he can't do anything about it. Del Boney's in the know. 1 versus 2. They're missing their AWP shots. Low HP onto PRT. He's got 2 kills already, but it's Del Boney to save the day.
Dude, what is this round? There's just so much of a back and forth. No idea how Mello knows that somehow CK Zhao has made his way through. If he did, I mean, that would explain it. But this opening then followed up by, I mean, some just unfortunate whiffs at the end where just should have been a guarantee. Del Boney gets the opportunity. He takes perfect advantage of it. Shout out Fasten with a lot of players on his screen to ensure he gets the one there as well.
Yeah, I was kind of like, I don't really know how they lost that round. And I saw Faddison there, and I was like, okay, I think that's how. That, like, 1 kill changes everything. That was a sick opening kill. Right, B, PRT, time to shine, baby. There you go. That's the one. He got 1 kill. Oh, and B-Bomb has lost again. Oh.
CK Zhao is just he's a menace on these openers in B. It's been 2 every time, and I think he deserves a little bit of credit there as well. Not done yet. Still got Game Hunters in the ballpark. They're around this B site. Not yet the bomb down either.
Madison's very far away. I don't think, yeah, they're both here, but they're both running into CK Zhao. Yeah, this guy's a monster. Can't quite put the icing on top.
I mean, he should have. He got 3 kills, a double entry. That should be the round over, but...
Should be. Cassin's low. He hasn't made his way up short yet. No, he waits patiently, and yeah, that's good. Yeah, I would say, actually, as much as I'm harping on about the poor B defense, you make a fantastic point of CK Zhao in every single time has had some very, very impressive opening kills, specifically towards that B-bomb side. So yeah, it's definitely a point of, like, you know, sure, not great hold, but fantastic from CK Zhao.
Thanks to Tango. And it's a bit of a tango between these guys right now. I think Game Hunter's putting up a defense that had some really incredible bright spots. But I think both of us, and you can say if you disagree, but probably walk away feeling like Game Hunters had a lot, and they didn't quite get as much as they should have.
Oh yeah, it's exactly what I was saying at the beginning well, in the interim, when it was like, you know, this should have been 6-1. And that round that they lost to propel them into this position where they've now 5-7 down, they had an opening kill. And it was a 4v5. There was a PV50 in the server for the T side. So yeah, I completely agree. I feel like Del Amigos, I don't quite know how they've got 7, I'll be honest. CK Zhao, that's probably why.
I mean, considering they should have lost 3 USPs in a round as well.
Sorry. He's got 3 HP. I rate the confidence, you know.
Yeah, half this game is confidence sometimes.
Oh, mate. 80% of it's confidence.
The winning mindset will get you very far. Devoni got a little bit of that. A 1v2 in the first half, and he's looking to grab a couple more. Just stay alive for the moment. Wait for the team to get back in business, and the retake will start. But Game Hunters, they've already gone back to the catwalk to try and take these fights. Isolated APR pops up for another 2, and now it's Delboni alone.
Kit's down as well, short. hit was on Showtime. So, Alboni, that's a fantastic shot. He needs to find Nox quickly. He can potentially pick up the kit and then run back to the bomb site. He gets the kit. He is unable to move away. Really good space being taken by Game Hunters. They hear the player, I think it was Fadison, jumping up onto short. They hear him making noise, and they decide just to take the duel, and that's the round-winning play. Game Hunters now right back into this game.
This is actually crazy value, by the way, from Pedrinzi. Initially just holding, watching, waiting for the initial push. But, like you said, Game Hunters handling themselves very well at the end of that. And APR, who started off this map pretty hot, I think slowed down a little bit, coming back in big value in the pistol round,
Now that's how you hold.
You've done it.
What?
That's your fault. He gets two if you don't say anything.
I'd be so angry if I. Oh, what? What just happened?
CK Zhao, how do you do these things?
So, let's start off that round. ERT is just jumping headshot Fadison. What?
Oh my! I love Counter-Strike. How about you?
What a round! What a game! This game has been everything, man. We've had everything.
And we have.
What? How?
So just to reiterate, after we're done reeling here, Game Hunters pick up a nice pistol win. Follow that up. It's Migos with a force buy and a ridiculous start and end with the Deagle. CK's job.
This is an unsuccessful B split because of Showtime. The Rock is a B bomb site. He's tapping away. Corner flashbang. Doesn't actually get ABR. Very lengthy duel there. It's Showtime to put a stop to potentially the dreams of Game Hunter on a Del Amigos map pick. Look, you get to 9-6 in this position. You've got an eco coming up. It's going to be 10-6. You've got CK Zhao hitting whatever you can even describe a shot like that as. And it seems like both the A and B bomb site are really secure.
Gotta appreciate the setup there as well. Like Fatson, Showtime, just have a
really well done.
very nice defensive setup that, you know, especially the way that they were approaching that. Showtime just set up for success and he delivers.
Yeah, it's very contrasting, I would like to say. Oh, Payson just got an ace. No, CK Zhao.
Nolan!
No, you can't do that. I should just stop speaking. I'm talking things out of existence.
You really are. You've convinced everyone to do the opposite.
That's
Everyone's
a
angry
really
in the Amigos spawn.
Yeah, they're just like this guy. But aside from pedantics, really important 5 stay alive. I think 3 stay alive the previous round, 3 before that, 5 here. Like, money's good. We don't have an AWP out, still just 5 rifles. But Adel Amigos, they're setting themselves up for victory. They're building those foundations up. If they win this round, they may as well just win out Dust 2. It's a really good start for them on the first day of CCT coming back into 2025.
It's a beauty when Kaysen, who, you know, is a fantastic sniper, but isn't needing that at all. That too just gives you confidence for sure. I think the Game Hunters unfortunately kind of have lost a little bit of the plot. Not that they've done anything wrong, but they're falling out of favor in this map. They're losing some of the grit that they had before.
Not a great position for Game Hunters to be in. You've got all of short control. Fantastic. There's 4 players on the side, and you have 1 flashbang. You're dissected by a Molo as well. That's created noise. Showtime goes pushing to nothing. This is the opening into the round. Will they expect a player close left here on the opposite side of Gandalf? Apparently not. Very good one for Delboni. Issue is, look, you catch off the mid lurk. You've got all three players having to stand and fight they will do. Falazon, they know he's coming from mid, they know he's coming from short, and Game Hunters, against the odds, in a round where they had no flashbangs to get them onto the bomb site, all their way in, and Adele Amigos, even though they had 4 defenders, they can't hold on to it.
It's honestly a puzzler too. Like, outside of that decision from Showtime, which, you know, is one born from a little bit of confidence, one where you think, okay, I am him, I'm taking this duel, I'm getting up in their face. That is the mistake. But outside of that, man, they had a great setup. That should have been enough. And even when you're dueling towards long, Game Hunters with a great decision to take all 3 of the members who are moving forward, instead of trying to worry about getting the numbers punched in, trying to get that bomb down. They're all fighting, and that's what changes it. Because Amigos can't fall back. They can't play towards the retake because of that.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those rounds where I sit back and I'm like, how did Game Hunters actually win that? Like, how do you not have the setup with 4 players there? I guess it is, yeah, just Showtime dying so early on. Maybe they thought, oh, okay. Bye-bye, CK Zhao. He's just been vaporized through a smoke.
I mean, they did smoke that out.
Yeah,
they smoked
but
them all.
still, though, it's like, just connecting that headshot is great, but the repercussions are severe now for Adele Amigos, because Game Hunters choosing to reset slightly. They're choosing to retake control towards middle. I feel like they're still wanting to end towards this A bomb site. They've got a lurk utilizing towards long. And with an instant kill onto Showtime, floodgates have now opened.
It's another one where Showtime's in a really exposed position, puts it all into Delboni, who goes down after 1, and Kaysen's got a lot to look at. From the car, he's just got 2, and despite that good work, it might not be enough. They're Fasten, who's solo, versus PRT and ABR.
Got Kurt. Time's on an issue. It's an awkward post plan as well. Both players on the bomb site. Falazon's been allowed to come very close up, but ABR, the high HP player, deals with him, and Game Hunters electing not to just roll over and accept defeat here on Dust 2.
I like what I'm seeing from ABR rather in this matchup. Like, I think he's a guy that I've seen a lot of in the past, and I've just kind of not been down on, not been up on, just kind of, yeah, been fine. And it's been these moments, I feel like, where he's been fantastic in this game that have been missing in the times I've seen him before. Where anytime he's needed to, you know, hit that shot, he's hitting it. Just not the flash.
Hey, it's an eco. 1 kill, you find your successes. Eco. Okay, this game's on, buddy. Was it 10-9? Yeah, 10-9. This game's very much a reality. Kaysen and both Mello having an AWP. I think it's the first time on the second half that both players had an AWP. Very, very low utility for Adele Amigos. This is an awful position for a C-side to have this little utility. I would assume they might have to go try and take some space early on, and that's going to be going towards long.
That and Kaysen's up on catwalk too, so stance for the Amigos is very much asynchric, and guess where Game Hunters are going. It's just an instant beat at exact. One guy here and he's gone. Fasten is no more. I mean, the Amigos have to save. They don't have any other options.
That's a rough way to concede your lead. Now we're going to be joined neck and neck at double digits. Nox, he says, CK Zhao, you can enter the B bomb site. Guess what? So can I. And there's nothing Falazon could have really done there. 1 kill, if he had got it on Nox, doesn't make any difference. That round was over because of a pretty, I guess, precise, just from the spawn call. You would hear all the utility as well towards long, and you're like, okay, yeah, this is gonna push us even further forward, and I like the fact Game Hunters are hunting there. Their money is in a very good position. Any kills here, very valuable. Look, it's only one, really valuable.
I think lucky for Amigos that that's not the op. Right?
And lucky it's only one.
That too. But a good crossfire. If Game Hunter has walked too far forward, I think they could have run into a bit of a buzzsaw. But it's the first hack we've seen all game, which is interesting considering how back and forth, how many, I think, momentum changes there's been. And I think it's a good time to call one here. Time to rally the troops and try and figure out what they want to do with this. Money's in a not that weird a spot, but you feel like you could probably go for something big here. Instead, they're just going to keep the cash they have, ensure that next round they've got a very full buy in addition to what they have this round, which is not nothing. They got an op and 2 M4s. We know what Kaysen can do.
I mean, this is the type of round we saw in the first half almost won for Game Hunters. And it was Mellow on the AWP. So Kaysen's on the AWP, and he's got a lot more support. With Falazin and Showtime also on armor and 5-7, so you've got no necessarily weak-ish. Everyone could do damage, and speaking about damage, there you go, PRT. A dink inflicted, already taken down to low HP. CT Shallow, that one of the rifles doomed. However, the crunch into lower tunnels shows a lot of success for Del Amigos and actually sways the advantage into their favor while also claiming the bomb. Pedrazini and ABR also both now noted towards top middle. This is a really difficult position for the Game Hunters. Showtime though, spam through the smoke. That is how you start getting yourselves out of trouble.
Yeah, I also think just not a move that Showtime needs to make. Trying to get up ahead of the smoke, thinking the same thing that Lindsay was. Kaysen, he should be the backup plan. He's got the coverage towards B, and that's where Game Hunters are heading. Be in the right spot. There's no utility either for Game Hunters. They've just got to walk into this and walk into the op. No, thank you. Kaysen gets one, and he's just going to play some time, calling for the backup, and eventually take the fight when required. But it should be time enough. It doesn't even matter. No scope at the end. On a little bailout for Dali Amigos. A round they have very little. 3 saved weapons, and they still win it.
This is I've broken the curse. I talked it into existence.
I'm proud of you. You've changed.
I'm a changed man. Del Amigos. They love me now. They're saying, you know, this guy, we had him wrong. We thought we had it sussed out. No. And yeah, that's what breaks the camel's back. Not the economy. The economy is shockingly really good for Game Hunters. So they're going to full budget, and they're also going to get the kill. That is a very bold play from CT Chow. The corner smoke has missed, and he still tries to go for something there, which honestly, that really feels like a Anchor 101. Don't do that.
I mean,
when you hear them as well.
I think it's worse even because he didn't have any setup. There was no flashes for him to take that fight. There was nothing at all. He was alone. Obviously now, Amigos have filled in the gaps a little bit. It's a massive
good
gap.
reaction.
It's a big one. Jason gets his. Gavoni trading and a little tap coming through as well from PRT, who's on the top of the car. Showtime getting into position. He's so fast on this flank, and they had no idea. Game Hunters left with one, and ABR's got to do it. 1v3, seemingly unlikely. But they're spreading out a little bit. Well, I'm not exactly easily recoverable, but I don't know. Amigos are giving a lot of respect to this.
It does make ABR's life increasingly difficult now with 20 seconds left. somehow doesn't get the kill on Case in there, even though he hits him twice and one of them's a dink. Here's a wallbang. 4x3. Oh, that's a no-scope. Okay. Nice.
Just don't need scopes today.
Yeah, it's the third no-scope we've seen. Beautiful reaction from Model Amigos, though. Like, we see CK Zhao die here, and we have the criticism for that. But then you have full B taken. It allows then for that player to scour middle, sees nothing, and you continue to commit the 3 players onto A, while also having that guy on short and mid who goes, yeah, there's no one here. So it allows those 3 on the A bomb side to fully focus on the attackers coming up long, while also then instating a lurker who Showtime he only gets 1 kill, but his presence does way more than just getting that kill. So that's a really nice round from Adele Amigos. And CK Zhao, I feel like he's brushed a bit of sweat off his brow there, being like, oh, pretty glad we won that round after my fairly seismic mistake.
Yeah, that's the team coverage that you're hoping for. Mello, unfortunately, had a lot more trouble getting active. Despite a couple of times with the big green, I just don't think they've been able to utilize him as effectively. See if they can change in this round. They're fast, big moves for Game Hunters. They went out quick towards long last round. Now it's towards Catalog that they take their space. At a minute 20, they've got the control that they'd be looking for. They've lost a lot on the other side. The extremities have been pushed in the form of Facet.
Nightmare Fuel. Game Hunters, there's no real way into this round, apart from putting Nolks maybe into CT. Showtime, he's causing chaos from short, and now you have both Mello and APR on the brink of losing Dust 2, actually fighting their way out. There's no defenders currently on the B bomb side. Is the bomb gonna... No, the bomb already crossed, sorry. Is Mello gonna be able to cross or the bomb? Yeah, apparently no one's crossing. It's a wallbang from Tayson, and there's gonna be this really fast lurk from tunnels from CK Zhao. Mello is not going to anticipate, does check it, but not effectively enough. He gives that little glance over as CK Zhao to give Adele Amigos 13 and to win out Dust 2, putting them 1-0 up in this series. It's round 1 of the Swiss stage, and it wasn't the clearest of maps. They got it done eventually.
They did indeed. And you know what? Dude, there was... Case got that shot off. There was not a smoke, but they dropped a nade. Like, there was something there. He still was able to track him to the edge of the door. I think that Game Hunters had a lot of good positions here. They made a lot of good decisions initially on the CT side too.
Oh,
yeah, that's
shot, yeah.
Yeah, that's the final one I was just talking about. But I think ultimately, just a few too many mistakes, generally speaking, from Game Hunters. They had a couple of times where I felt like they were in a position that should have been round set in stone, and it didn't go that way.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the 3K from Kaysen. That's a perfect example of a round that should have been done. That should have been over. That should have been Game Hunters getting a really nice start on Dust 2. And ultimately, not only has that cost them, but the fact that they lost also a low buy towards the end there, that's also cost them those small little mistakes that have given Adelia Amigos victory here. Now we head on to Nuke. It's Game Hunters map pick. We're hoping some of these mistakes can be cleaned up, and with that in mind, we're going to be sending it to a short little break. When we're back, we're going to have map 2. Does it go to Mirage, or is it going to be a good start here for Adelia Amigos? And welcome back. We had a pretty exciting first game, all things considered. It was a very close scoreline of 13-10 to the Amigos, but realistically it could have gone either way, and I was quite impressed with both sides. And now we go on to Game Hunter's map pick, and I'm not gonna lie, they actually look pretty strong on Nuke, and they ended off the year with some very decent and very consistent results, but that was before the addition of Nox.
Yeah, I think that isn't like an issue that, in my mind at least. I think that Nox look good. Like I said, Nox and ABR have played together quite a bit in the past. They spent most of last year playing together. Like there's familiarity there, is I guess what I'm getting at. And you add to that, it's a 1-for-1 type of change. I don't think that makes them, you know, any like significantly worse than they were to end out the year on Nuke. So, like all in all, you gotta not necessarily be high on Game Hunters coming out of Dust 2, but you gotta have some confidence that they are going into what should be very, very comfortable for them.
Yeah, I think when you make a change and you bring someone with the experience of Nox in, and also realistically, I think you commented on the fact that he was playing pretty well in the first map. Like he was hitting very consistent shots, and he was doing his job. So you take that into consideration, and we haven't seen Game Hunters yet play Nuke in this new year, but I'd say I'm pretty confident in their abilities on this map. So a lot of signs for me are pointing towards a third map, and that was accentuated by the fact that map 1, Amigos map pick, wasn't a smooth, clean sailing map.
No, it felt like they had to brawl. It felt like they really had to get down into the nitty gritty sometimes, and even beyond that, like find some miracles at times where rounds that probably shouldn't have gotten to the point where they were nearly unwinnable. Amigos found a way to win them. So I think you can put a lot of that on the Game Hunters, very fairly so, but you also have to point out that that's the way we came into this series thinking about Amigos. We came in thinking, yeah, these are some guys that have some studs, some individuals that can really, you know, step up and have these individual moments. So I think we expected to see that from them. They made that clear, and so as we look onto something, you know, a little bit more technical than Dust 2, I think Game Hunters have a lot that I'm liking.
Yeah, I think one point I want to raise is with the AWPers, because Mello, we saw him being really effective on the CT side with opening kills and getting a lot of very important shots off. However, he substantially dropped off, it felt like, with consistency, and I don't think he really did much in the second half. He got 5 kills, whatnot. Whereas Kaysen was extremely consistent, and especially when they went onto the CT side, he was doing more than what Mello did on their CT side. So when we're talking about going on to a map like Nuke, we're talking about the importance of AWPers. So as we go live, as we get a little bit deeper in, I'm assuming we're going to see a similar level of Kaysen because he was playing phenomenally. What are we going to see from Mello, and could that potentially be a deciding factor?
I think no doubt. I mean, I think it was a deciding factor, and for as crazy as it sounds, all the things you just said are correct, but I would still say Mello, like, had the higher impact when it came to, like, opening duels. It was just Kaysen was the better player overall, with the op, without the op. You know, it didn't matter. And as much as the CT side was great for Mello, yeah, he was dropped off a cliff. Now, I do have the questions about that, but I think those are questions better left for another time, because the pistol round is going. Game Hunters will start out down by 1, but it's a quick trade. Drenzy with a nice shot. Batson gets elevated up onto Tetris as ABR continues to push outside. A little bit more of a duel out in yard as Mello left all alone.
So ABR again with those dual Berettas. He was good on. He had that pistol round start on Dust 2, but only for 1. Now we're looking at a Mello 1 versus 2. He's picked up 1 kill in this round already. He's got a P250. He's got armor. He has a flashbang, but the bomb's not in his grasps. Kaysen and Falazin playing a little bit separated right now is the only way that I see this being possible for Mello. And that is exactly what's happening. He's gone down the ladder. Did he see Falazin when he came down? I don't know if Falazin was around the corner, but Falazin seems in. Oh my god, he's missed. He's got the bomb. Oh, we didn't get on the vent though.
A little fortunate there for Amigos. They get away with one, if you will. But the start to that round looked darn good. Quick trading out of Game Hunters. I think that's where they actually deserve a lot of credit for this. Amigos, as we've been talking about, I mean, they have no issue with taking these heads-up duels, with trying to take aggressive, you know, fights early into the round. And so they do that once again on the pistol round. Find some success in doing so. Game Hunters had an early lead, had a pistol round, actually picked up both the pistols on Dust 2, and yet they still didn't quite close the map. That is maybe a concern.
Yeah, it's worrying. Lost a full eco as well.
Yeah.
Well, not a full eco, there was like 5-7 armors and then the save weapons, but...
Lost against the Force Spy too.
Lost against lower purchases, and had interesting anchoring on city side. On the T side, and this round shouldn't be too much, just a full eco. This is what I would be interested to see on Nuke, the real proving. This game hasn't seemed really legit on this map, so I'm like, if Amigos start playing really well and start winning, I'm chalking it up to the fact that Amigos are playing really well, because Game Hunters, like, you know, they've got the consistency. Just maybe getting back into form in the new year.
I also really am curious about Mello, because I think you brought up a great point. I think that there was a lack of setup on the T side of Dust 2. You know, like, Mello had very clear roles on the CT side, and I think that's where we saw him thrive. And that just wasn't the case as much, because Amigos were so disruptive, to be honest, from their CT side. I think that Nuke is a great proving ground for Alfred, where you can really be set up for success, and I want to see that.
Yeah, it was weird seeing he never really had much impact in that second half. Now, first gun round. Rifles are out, but one's already been eliminated. That's the lurk as well. That's a big piece to be taken out. Great shot from Showtime. And with the Molo towards ramp, it's just stunted Game Hunters. As soon as it fades, they're still losing more members. Sure, they do trade out, and they do claim control towards ramp, but again, you don't have nulls. You have no information elsewhere on the map. And the duality of that is Amigos. They're also getting aggressive on ramp with Showtime coming up from the B bomb site, and the MP9 again at some range succeeding.
That's two for Showtime at ranges that you would think both of those fights very, very difficult. Stage out, crazy timing. It catches on the ADR, who thought with the audio cue that Showtime had given away that the ramp would be clear. Note, CK Zhao still lurking around there from B side. And Dolly Amigos. Well, they're right back in business. 3 MP9s on this third round purchase, kept over from the second. A very bonusy third round, and they get away with basically everything, and then a couple, 3 in fact, AKs.
Happy days. This is best case scenario. What more do you want? No warp out, but I think that's probably an active decision, as they know they're up against a lower purchase. And the outside smokes, I think they know it's a fake now, especially with the point of the bomb side. Oh, this is not looking massively clean from the immediate hole, but it's the rotations that are so swift because of that early information of the players in door. And that's what I meant about knowing it's fake. They kind of instantly saw player's door, knew it wasn't an outside play, and then boom, they're right on the scene to clean up.
Also really active. As soon as the outside smokes came through from Game Hunters, Amigos were really trying to get info through them. I think we saw the kind of start of it, but they needed through flash to kind of full clear that, and that's what also allowed the swiftness of that rotate along with the information door. Yeah, I think a team effort in trying to gather info on that round saved what could have gotten very complicated.
And that's 3 players staying alive. Money's good, Kaysen's on the AWP. Game Hunters, this time, trying their hand outside a little bit more. Kaysen, outscored to your player currently. It's not holding them to go down secret, and 2 players have just crossed. Oh, it's because there's... Wait, what? What's happened outside? Look at
It's all the way
so then they thought outside was then clear, and so 2 players have got down secret, but Del Boney's behind the 3 players in lobby. This is so awkward. What a weird round.
I think the real question is, are they Migos? Like, what do they know?
Well, they think it was lobby.
Yeah,
They're
that-
towards ramp.
Delboni's gonna get his. Love this move from Delboni. Just take that kill. Don't play too active. Oh, but he goes for it instead. Trying to work through this smoke isn't a problem when you've got players coming up from B. It's open. It's clear. And the CTs, they know just about how cooked they are.
CK Zhao also rotating down the vent, gets caught off guard, doesn't anticipate someone to be holding for him. They are just waiting. Also, the glass was broken on control. One of the 2 players down on B did break the glass and make his way onto the bomb site, but I think it was lost in all the commotion that was going on. And so you have all these things that just went right for Game Hunters, and it felt like the cherry on top was the spam on the Showtime. That opened up space to go towards ramp, with Delboni only getting 1, CK Zhao being caught off guard with a vent rotation. Everything falls into place for Game Hunters, and it's so unfortunate because Amigos played that perfectly from their perspective, and they're sitting there thinking, how, like, what happened? How did he get down?
Yeah, I mean, it's a game so often, especially on Nuke, of, you know, information and false information. And in this case, just not understanding the gap that had opened in Yard. I think you asked the right question. How did he get there? How did they cross?
Yeah, that's one of, to be fair, that is certainly one of those situations where, like, we're never going to see something like that happen in 1,000 different rounds. That's just one of the most bizarre things where even pushing CT like that, or even pushing outside like that for Delboni is rare. And then they're passing each other, like, it's crazy. It's cool, I love this. Oh, I love Payson. Wow. And he gets away, and now has set up a player on the silo.
Yeah, there's so many layers to that as well, where Game Hunters have to show so much respect to the position that Kaysen was just at, though he's no longer there to be anywhere else. We know he falls all the way out. Delboni's still taking contact. It's further set up for Dawson, and it's going to be perfect. Drop down. Oh, Madrinzi fortunate to come away with that one. He's still active. He's still moving forward. There's no stop. None whatsoever.
Unrelenting. Round's definitely still winnable with the T-side if Melody comes kill Delboni. Oh, Mono smoked. And that's also going to provide free aim. He's fighting. 4. He falls. He's taking his own duel on the A-bomb site, but he's not going to be as fortunate. And now, Mello, left alone. It's yet to be effective on the T side, yet to bring out the OP. To be fair, don't always get the AWP on T side. A lot of teams just like to run it with 5 rifles. But still, that's Amigos with so much aggression, as we were commenting on. And also, this really nice early setup with Kaysen getting the York back red. It's further prompting our conversation of Mello versus Kaysen, and certainly Kaysen's winning right now. Mello could change it with his clutch, but no, eliminated.
Feels hard to be too critical of Mello right now, just because I don't think he's been in position to have success with the AWP. But that, I mean, that goes back to exactly what I was saying as well about Dust 2. Like, as great as Mello was on the CT side, and as honestly impressive, especially in opening duels he was, Kaysen could do it all, like, with everything. Saw his impact, pistol round, rifle rounds, AK, op, whatever. Got the money for it this time. Maybe you are sitting on the cash, Badrinzi as well. I think take the tack.
What I was going to say about that setup as well on the CT side, it's really cool that they did that with 2 players, because you normally have a 3rd player, which was Delboni, but he came in a little bit later, right? Like, he wasn't there straight away, so you're not leaving the rest of the map completely empty. Like, you normally have someone around garage credit for a utility.
I think he was tossing the utility. I think
yeah,
he was.
And he wasn't, like, outside to begin with, and it gave him more leverage around the rest of the map, which is really cool to see that they were able to do that play with only 2 players instead of the normal third.
Attack. What Game Hunters have cooked up for us, because down 1-5 on your map pick. It's T-side, so I think there's a lot to be seen in this one. But it's a failure to start in so many ways for Game Hunters right now.
And that first start is valid. This is not looking fantastic to begin with for Game Hunters. This round, you've got Mello on board trying to save the day. Unfortunately, he does land a shot, but it's not fatal to Delboni. There has been a player cross down to Secret, and that's causing the rotation of Showtime down towards B. But Ramp has just been picked up by Kaysen on the AWP, showing again his versatility, his dynamism all around the map. And for Game Hunters, got a player down towards Secret. How do you reset? You've barely got any utility. You've now got 3 players on lobby at 35 seconds.
This is a geeky setup too. Look at the Amigos, man. I don't know what other people call it, but one lower side on the nitro wall, and then they cut something up. The Raptors, it's so hard to break this open from Hut. Melo's gonna get his. That's a nice one and a good trade. So they broke it open, but coming through the smoke. Oh, the adjustment from Melo. He's quick with it. There's not a lot of time. They've got a bunch of these numbers. ABR lots to cover, but he's got it. Unlock cases, drop down, and the no scope as well. There is that activation we were looking for.
Yeah, there you go. We called upon him, and he just battle entry AWP'd onto that A bomb site. He single-handedly wins that out. I don't think Game Hunters win that round if it wasn't for Melo just doing exactly what he did. But that's a round for the Amigos, but they had a man advantage throughout all of it. And it's Melo just walking his way in, and that kill onto CK Zhao, for me, changes everything. You've got a player coming heaven, you've got a player in vents, and he walks through main by himself trying to catch the timing. And that attempt of trying to catch the timing cost him his life and cost the round. Melo straight back at it though as we go into round A, as he catches off CK Zhao again towards main.
That's the confidence starting to flow from Melo as well. Finally got a little spawn too. Try to recover the Amigos, and it's not like it's all done and dusted. It's a lot of facilitating to get that rifle over. But it means that everybody's got a heavy-handed weapon. With a little info. He's so fast, too. That's not confirmation of nobody left in yard, but it's a move, an adjustment as the pressure comes over on the ramp side. Drenzy gets the entry, and now they're set up. They're ready to go. Fasten in a great position. Oh no, another one for Delboni. They've got them on lock. Honestly, know that there's 2 here. Just don't know that Fasten's also aware. If they can grab the bomb, maybe they can get out. Not a chance.
It's crazy this round has come into this way after such a great opening kill from Melo. It's just all falling apart, and for Amigos, this is amazing. You are definitely, I would say, a little bit scared. You lose that opening kill, it's like, oh wow, this game just cascaded now into them building up a T-side, and no, you shut it down. Melo shut down in this round. It's allowed his 1 round, but back to winning ways on the CT side, and Amigo is really rising up now.
I think for me, the key is the reaction there from Amigos. They're so fast. As soon as Kaysen gets that kill, everyone's moving into location for the B hit. And yeah, there's pressure at ramp, but Showtime, I mean, he goes down so fast. There was not a lot of time bought, and Amigos were fully convinced about that B hit. They went A, Game Hunters, round 1.
Ooh, that's a cool play. Just nades open the smoke. There's actually a second player also in second vent. They may have think that Kaysen's gone out, but there's a second player there. He is actually currently smoked, but Kaysen just went up Melo here. LARPing, he can do it too.
This kid is magical. He truly is. That's some of the most difficult, like, obviously the break up the smoke, fun move, right? But the reaction is so good for the T side. Look at how quickly they're ready to go off the back of this. He's perma-blind, but he drops the molly in rotation, makes sure that they can't attack him, and he funnels them in to the left-hand side where his teammates can provide some support until he gets vision returned. That's just such a good individual moment from Kaysen. Not just the shots, but the utility, too.
Kaysen fan. I'm sold. This guy's legit. This time though, not in the right area. He's towards outside, and already 1A defender falling. It falls into the hands of CK Zhao, who picks up 2, potentially just saving the day, and it feels like he has Showtime and Delboni charging into cleaning up what is left. Mellow, now it's his time again to rise up into glory. He does find the first, but it comes at a big cost of his HP. Kaysen, he's got the AWP, not the best weapon for the job.
He's got the calm.
He's got the he's got the calm. He's also got the Tech 9 out. Perfect right now. Just needs to tickle Mellow down, and we actually situate ourselves into this deadlock where Mellow's holding for the push, Kaysen's holding for the push. Neither are going to receive it, and it's actually Kaysen to make the first move by going down towards the B-bomb side, trying to cut off Mellow. He goes down the vent, and if he just sits in the vent, Kaysen, he's going to be able to catch Mellow if he does plant on A, but no, seems to have read it perfectly, and Mellow, none the wiser, knife out, walking straight into him, the battle of the Yorpers, and Kaysen reigns supreme.
Dude, I mean, that's the second time in the last few rounds that it's just been the perfect read. For Amigos, they had 3 on B, the round that I was talking about, it was 2 rounds ago, and here, I mean, just a read of the situation where Kaysen's like, yeah, I'm committed to this, and if he goes A, he's 10 HP, or low, at the very least. And I think I'd back myself, and I'd back him too. He's 11-1. Unstoppable force.
Kaysen again, he's in the right place. Ooh, hits the shot, it's a leg. Pops off his head. Oh, he's going for another. How? What? Confidence on this guy. Oh, Kaysen! Nothing can get past him. I said in the pre-game, going into this map, it's going to be Kaysen versus Mellow. Kaysen impressed me on Dust 2, and he's impressing me even further now on Nuke.
This is why, I mean, this is the it factor I'm talking about. When I say that Amigos, for me coming into this game, they have it. This is the type of play from Kaysen that we're talking about. There's just nothing there on the other side in comparison. And honestly, it's unreasonable to expect anyone to do what he's doing right now. That's a terrifying prospect that Nolt's just dropped into.
Also, like, as a T side, just what do you do when the AWP is doing that? Nothing. You can't. Like, the fact that he doesn't even get a kill on that first shot, even the re-peek, that first re-peek, you're like, whoa, oof, okay. Then a second one, you're like, Jesus, okay, that's, how have you not been punished? How have you hit both those shots? And then hitting the fadeaway on the player dropping onto him, like, all of those, you can't prepare for, and it's something that as an AWPer, you can't prepare either, like, that's just confidence. He's hitting everything, he's going for everything. He's 14-1 right now, and, well, the rest of his teammates are also pulling their weight as we go towards outside. There's this really cool setup with Delboni in towards Secret. If they don't clear him, a multi-kill is waiting, but Nox, he clears him.
Even in the way that doesn't work, the Amigos put another different look at it. They've been constant on the adjustments. That's another for Nox, though. They needed something, Game Hunters, and this is looking like it. Double opener. Give them the 2-man advantage, and Pedrinzi has the confirmation. No one further out from Yard. Despite this advantage, Game Hunters are still actually terrified. Like, they are so certain that there's no way they can throw this round. Fine.
You were saying? Yes. Oh. There's so many reasons why this is unwinnable.
Should be.
It should be. There's so the list is endless. However,
This is like the spot. Patrinzi, there's just
no way. Listen, you know you can't save the order for the next round. Yeah, okay. Pudrinzi gets the kill. Still though, 9-3 is a excellent half.
And you know, I don't even know how much to talk about Game Hunters here, and as negative, because honestly, they had a lot of ideas. They had a lot of looks. They didn't just run the same thing time and time again. They had plenty of different ways to execute, both in yard, over towards A. But I just keep thinking back to that one round, right? That they had the A pop ready to go. It was like half buy, so they didn't have full rifles or anything. But they had the utility, and they perfectly placed it. Jason was like full blind for 4 or 5 seconds after he got the opener. The utility was right, and they still lost. I almost feel like it's just, if that happens, it happens.
It is what it is. Okay, this round could just finish the series. And this is it's a really unfortunate Game Hunters is so poor in this season after. I'm really excited to watch them. And util towards A, towards round. Only one player there, and he's dead. By PRT, there is a player to rotate towards Hell on this. Flocks going down the vent and down secret, but the bomb site's been lost. They're already having to play a post plant with no kits and also with a man's advantage. He's not being planted because I think CK's out, forgot he had it. Luckily for him though, it doesn't matter. Bomb's just been planted and it's a 5 versus 1.
Yeah, I was seeing the same thing you were there. CK, I agree. Don't think he knew he had the bomb.
Runs into glass and is like, brother, you have bomb.
Yeah, for real. And he's like, my bad. It could have been a timing situation where he could get punished by that, but all in double door, everybody CT side loses out. Yeah, I mean it's painful to say, but I mean that's the type of round that could be the first indicator of many that this series is over.
Terrorists win.
ABR's pistols have been spicy though.
It's a shame they're 10-3 down.
Yeah, I mean
It's so, but like the fake just works perfectly. Like you've got the guy fading away. Oh, how does Del Boney get that first kill?
that's a
He hasn't
boost.
stopped. He hasn't stopped moving. That whole pistol round. Yeah, I'll give you that. Those are some shots from ABR.
Shots in a losing effort though. Unfortunately,
Oh, yeah, that's
I
right.
don't mean too much.
Bomb has been planted.
Flash through me. And CK Showers just held this one.
CK Shao does love himself some beats, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was like, I think he saw more than one person in that round. He got 4 kills.
That's what we call good spray control.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair, yeah.
Well, they got one opportunity right here, right now. Ortiz had to go onto the MP9 just for a little bit of extra utility. Honestly, just to get a little something with the ramp hold. They're assuming a little speedy. Gonna be slowed down by a Molotov. Well, Incendiary will stall them out temporarily. But like I said, only temporary. Flashes come through and off the top of the pipe. Drinzy into death.
Well, they had an opportunity to seize everything they could have ever wanted, and they let it slip.
Bomb has been planted.
This has been an extremely one-sided second map. Was not what I expected. And
Yeah.
it feels rough when you have like when you lose the first half 9-3 and your opponents win pistol round. And then you lose the first gun round. Boom, that's just it. That's over. And no one saves. No one comes away alive. Adelaide Amigos 2.0 are about to go 1-0 in Season 6 of the CCT South America Swiss stage.
A lot of addendums to that, you know?
A lot of it just never really stops. It's like CCT Season 2, South America, Series 6, Main Swiss.
We gotta talk, we gotta see. And then, I
Talk to
mean,
the higher ups.
Amigos are just kind of sending this one.
Oh,
Little scrim out yard.
1 minute and 40 seconds, and they've already got the secret. That's and everyone's also just dead. Oh, everyone's dying to the hands of the T side, including their own teammates. Farzan's like, brother, these are my kills, my hit for TV stats.
Don't touch him.
This is a extraordinarily underwhelming end.
Bro, Jason's gonna end this game potentially 19-2.
Hopefully 20 and 2. It looks so much
I
better.
mean,
He didn't die for like 7 rounds for starters.
yeah. I remember he was like 12-1.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah. That's one where I walk away thinking higher of the Amigos more than I think lower of Game Hunters, especially when Kaysen's hitting those numbers.
Yeah, I would say I agree if it was like a 13-8, but the fact that it's a 13-3, I'm like, nah, I'm still feeling a little bit lower for Game Hunters there. But I do agree with like, okay, we were assuming that Amigos were going to be quite legit potentially, and we were looking at the names. Kaysen, I don't think was maybe the name that sprung to mind straight away from me, and I've proved certainly wrong, because he has just had a phenomenal performance. And don't forget, he was also amazing on Dust 2. Like, he has just been fantastic throughout this whole series, and a very well-deserved 1-0 standing for Adel Amigos.
Yeah, I really think that people kind of forget that this guy is like, that he exists and that he's been fantastic. You know, he pulls off some of these moves that genuinely just make your jaw drop. You're like, okay, so this guy's playing Counter-Strike that I don't, like, I can't play. Like, I don't play at home. And to be fair, for me, that's not that crazy, but, you know, this guy's doing it in a professional team, a professional environment, and that's what's so impressive. I think, as well, we saw some of that firepower that we knew it was coming in. I think that the speed with which these guys seem to have gotten up to the minimum, even on a map like Nuke. And again, we didn't get to see much of their T side, but the protocols on the CT side looked good. Like, it looked like they were practiced. And for a team that this is their first officials, like this tournament is their first, I think that's also impressive, and probably you know, a pretty good credit to the coaching staff and Showtime, who I know that their coach came over from Insanity. It's, you know, Chaos was there with them for this core, so I think that's got to be impressive as well.
Yeah, I mean, Insanity also had a really good ECL run last season before. Like, the org dropped them halfway through, but they placed 5th, 6th, which is really impressive, seeing how they placed above a lot of more of the name value teams. Like, you know, but they beat Imperial, which is a great team to be there. Like, you see a lot of these big names, and you wouldn't expect Insanity to be kind of more on top of them. So it's a core of a team that had very impressive results, and it seems like they have picked up exactly where they've left off. They've, you know, maybe started these main Swiss stages, but I would assume we're going to see a deep playoff run from them, and then I would also assume we might see them be more of a mainstay in playoff CCTs, South America, and other tournaments when the time comes. So you know, I'm certainly looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, they were a team that were absolutely there. They were always getting at least a map off of teams in like those upper echelon. You think like Fluxo, you think like Red Canids, think like Imperial, those type of teams. They were always able to like pick up a map or, you know, play a very competitive series. And I feel like they've upgraded in a couple of spaces. I think CKJL and Showtime specifically, like, that's definitely a huge push upwards in my mind for them. So good.
Yeah, well, it's been a very speedy best of 3, but we're not done just yet. It's going to be a late night, or I guess for you, just a afternoon. It's going to be a late night for me, and everyone watching in Europe. We've got Tropper de Taco. I think this is, I forgot what Tropper do means, but it's like Taco and his troops, right? It's like Taco's troops.
Yeah,
I think, if I'm not mistaken. So we've got Taco's troops up against Atrix, the women's team. So it's going to be really exciting to hopefully see what Atrix have to offer, coming from the ESL Impact circuit. But I've got a feeling it might be quite a hard game for them because the Taco troops played really well at the latter end of last year. So very excited to see Taco in 2025. But I think that's us done for the first part. Vincent, you got any closing remarks?
No, I think that just about covers it. We'll be back here just a little bit of time for that final best of 3. But until then, we're gonna send it to break. So we'll see you then.
Hello and welcome back after our actually very extended break. We've got our final game of the day here in CCT South America Series 6 on our ignorial day. I've just forgotten how to speak English for a second. Of 2025. Very exciting stuff, and we've got a very exciting game to end it off. We've got Atrix FE up against the Taco Troops, Tropper de Taco. I don't remember the last time I casted Taco. I didn't think I'd be casting him in 2025, but here we are, and I'm very excited. How are you? How was your break, sir?
It was good. I got a game of Counter-Strike in myself.
Hell yeah.
Fun
Win or
fact,
lose.
actually. Taco, it was one of like the first pros like I got to cast when I was like first. He was in like ESEA Advanced in North America. I was
What?
getting into cast. Yeah.
When was this?
On Godsend at the time.
Oh, yes. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, when? I was like, when did that happen? But no, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. So, I mean, always a good time. Always a fun time. That being said, I think that Triple and Taco, for me, they just haven't run into any, like, problems in these Swiss stages, man. Like,
Yeah,
I think they've been in 2.
Time, no?
Yeah, they have. I think they've been in 2. This is their 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. And with a roster change, to be fair, they brought in, it was Max, I believe. I don't think that changes here, just based on what I see kind of in the Swiss stage currently. Especially when you consider that it feels like they've actually made some good selections. Like Farias is from what I recall, like a little bit of a younger player. Hasn't been blowing the stats out of the water, but actually eye test wise looked pretty good. So like it's a good combination too of experienced pieces, including somebody like Ponzer, who again isn't a guy that like blows me out of the water, but he's had a lot of experience playing more recently with Audic. But yeah, I think this Tropa de Taco team, it's very clear that there's intention behind what they've been putting together.
Yeah, it's a really cool team. I think VSM's like an awesome piece that I really liked him on like Oplano and 00 Nation back in the back end of 21 onto 22. And it seems like, we were talking about the mix of experience and younger players. I feel like Max kind of fits that quite nicely with being more of an academy player who hasn't played at like a super high level. So it's cool to, like, if they are going to be playing with him, to move forward. This is a team that, look, they're going to make playoffs. It's just how far do they make it in the playoffs? They've actually lost both times in the quarterfinal, in the round of, in the quarters to Fluxo, both times. So they run into the same beast twice and got past it. Maybe it's the third time lucky, but their opponents. We've got Atrix. It's going to be a very interesting game. I think this is going to be a really hard matchup for Atrix. There's been obviously a lot of in the news recently about Imperial playing in Boss Bounty and also in IM Katowice, and there's also a lot of other women's teams participating in stuff like CCT. You've got Big Equipa, who have been invited to the close qualifier in Europe. You've got FlyQuest, who are in the playoffs in North America. You've also got a handful of Brazilian and South American teams from the ESL Impact circuit competing, and Atrix is one of the more interesting ones because realistically they're not a team that many people would have heard of because they don't top the charts in South America, but they're always there. Like in the last 2 seasons, while making only one roster change in the whole of last year, they placed 4th behind the kind of big 3, behind MIBR, Fluxo, Furia. They were the best of the rest, and they proved that quite a lot. But now going into this year, speculations, all we know is that there is a roster change coming today. You haven't got Boko, and you haven't got Sophia X, and Boko's the IGL, so change of IGL into Juliana maybe, who's replacing her. Not too sure, but Furzy brings loads of experience after taking a short break. She was in MIBR, narrowly missed making the ESL Impact finals a couple times, but is now come back from her competitive break and is going to be is competing again. Don't know if it's for longevity on Atrix, but it's definitely an exciting piece for Atrix to pick up. That if they want to go into the top 2 in South America in Instant Impact, Fuzz is definitely the type of player to pick up.
Yeah, and adding, 2 potential moves to what was already a move at the beginning of this offseason for them with Mary going out, retiring as well. So as we jump into this veto, one thing that we do know, and it might not be as obvious, is that this Atrix teams, they like Mirage. They're down for Mirage, and so that's where they brought us once again. Dust 2, it's a scary one, and for more reasons than just Tropa de Taco can play Dust 2, which is also true, but there's a lot of firepower there that is terrifying to go up against on a map like Dust 2, where you can be brawly, you can take the gloves off, so to speak. So I think for those 2 maps, you get kind of best case scenario for Atrix, but then you also flip the script on that, and I wouldn't call it worst case, but certainly an uphill battle, as you were kind of referring to.
Yeah, this is going to be a really difficult game for Atrix. Even though they've made very positive roster moves, I actually just completely forgot with the Reggian roster move. That's an ex-teammate of Fuzzy coming in from MLBR. So you've got these like really positive roster moves, right? You've got a team of Atrix who have constantly kind of just like not like been the best of the rest in ESL Impact in the women's circuit. They're now very actively upgrading their roster positively, but coming up against a team like Tropa de Taco, this is gonna be hard. This is gonna be really difficult, especially with Dust 2. Like the only times Taco's troops have really ever lost Dust 2 is to Fluxo both times. So if that's the caliber of this map that they're picking into, it's like, okay, they're pretty goddamn good on Dust 2. Atrix love a Mirage, but Tropa de Taco have also been fairly consistent on Mirage against some like pretty decent opponents in the circuit leading up to this game. They haven't played this year yet, so new look, see what they're maybe going to be showing. Maybe you have to dust off the cobwebs a little bit. I haven't played an official for like a month and a half. Yeah, it's going to be interesting for Atrix. I hope they put up a good fight. But
I'm just thinking in my mind, right? I think this draw is kind of a tough one because Tropa de Taco have been. I mean, let's just be very clear. They've been running it against these teams, like any team, every team in the Swiss stage. So I think when it comes to draws, this is the toughest one for Atrix, which I guess on the plus side, I think, you show something good here. I think that's hugely an important step and a very impressive showing, even if it's not a win, right? That being said, it's got to be. It feels like you're kind of looking down the barrel, so to speak. It's like, well, okay, this is where we got to start. The deck is stacked in this one. So with all of that being said, I think that for me, kind of what I'm looking for is to see what Atrix are made of in this one, even if my expectations are not too high.
Yeah, I've watched a fair bit of Atrix over like the last year with not, it's a different roster, I guess, kind of. It was actually kind of a completely different roster. You've only got 2 players on it left anymore. But I've always been very impressed, and I was somewhat, I don't know, if it's like not disappointed in the team's performance, but just disappointed in the fact that we didn't see them maybe like hit the 3rd place or challenge for the finals go in the last season of VSL Impact, because I was like, they really impressed in season 5. It was like it was very clear they were like the best of the rest. It's like, okay, can they build on this? And then they didn't, and it was like, that's really disappointing. So I guess the fact that they didn't build on their success previously is potentially why, if they were going to make a roster change, and if this is a roster change, this is why they're making it, because they were like, look, if we're staying in this 4th place, we don't want that to be the case. We want to aim even higher. But with a lot of roster changes in the women's scene in South America, it definitely opens the gates for them for success. But we're taking our focus directly now on their game against Tropa de Taco in the CCT South America game. Main Swiss, it's day 1, it's 0-0. Whoever wins this will go 1-0. Whoever loses, down to 0-1, but it's not the end of the world. And well, let's get it. We're on Atrix map pick. They're starting on the T side. I'm excited.
Yeah, let's get this thing rolling. A lean towards B from the rip on this one. back to that. There's a lot of space, actually, that Taco have kind of given over his Lytle. Just gonna make her way up, and that's a big opener. Max gets one, but oncoming traffic in towards the B site's not gonna be stopped so easily. They'll have to fall all the way back and towards market, and with guns out, they've gotten their way onto this site. Great trades out of Juliana as well, and the bomb recollected.
It's gonna be a very difficult retake. Even though there's a kit and smoke on Ponta, you're in a 2 versus 3. Ponta's got no HP, but he's still nailing. That's why you gotta finish them off. You can't let them survive. But finally, Regiam puts him out of his misery, and Max, last alive, is gonna have to hit some spectacular shots for this to be even remotely tangible. And it looks like time's actually just run out in general. So Juliana and Regian playing the clock perfectly. They were also, you could see there, like, playing together with how they were taking those duels. Max never gave up any of the duels, but if it was going to be the case, they had the trades, and honestly, really nicely orchestrated T-side pistol round.
Yeah, not bad at all. The spacing in particular on that approach, I loved getting to see. Also, you know, big opener for Lytle in through Catwalk. That really alleviates a lot of the pressure when you're trying to approach the B-bomb site. So that, plus the spacing I was talking about on B itself, well, Atrix a pistol victory, and it looks like Turbo de Taco just kind of leave it at that. Not going to fight aggressively, take the save. And I think that this is something that you'll notice is probably abnormal for the region, but something that Taco end up doing quite a bit is playing a little bit of a safer game of Counter-Strike. And that, you know, they'll toss in these saves where more, you know, some teams, especially in the region, will often take a lot more liberties.
Yeah, it's the South American classic of just like, let's buy Deagles. We're gonna kill them all. We're buying 5 Deagles, 5 Kevlar. Util, not a matter. And I love it. It creates very exciting games.
The thing is, it works so much more than it really should.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if you ever casted with good old Neo Kai, our idol, but he legitimately keeps a tally of like percentage wins of what he watches of teams force buying and winning it. And you know, it's such a nerd. But in Europe, it's like not great, right? Percentage wise, South America is significantly better. So you know, yeah, it does work.
It's just when you get into the international space that becomes a little less violent.
No. If you practice enough, it'll work.
Okay. Turn around. Taco and Max is getting up in the mix. Some mid pressure takes the win back onto Juliana, and we'll leave Atrix with one down. That's unfortunate. Taco so prepared for Percy and Sinon to walk through that smoke. Both of them fall. They need smokes.
Yeah, as soon as Juliana dies in the middle there, it forces. Well, it doesn't actually force the hand, but for Atrix there, it feels like they had to go. There was a smoke in the middle, so for Taco, it's just easy pickings. So that round, even though sure Max gets 1 kill and there is that mid-aggression, single-handedly wins that round out because it forced Atrix to go onto the B-bomb site. But realistically, unfortunately, they probably could have reset. But now it's just Little Z. I don't know if it was Lytle. I've been calling her Little Z for the last few while. I don't know if that's just wrong now, but I've never been corrected on it. So.
I also don't know, so I just went with my gut.
Yeah.
My gut's probably wrong.
The thing is, I think I go Little Z because I like it. It's like, yeah, Little Z, going in full, dropping fire. Yeah, like, I probably am completely off, but inside it makes me feel happy.
Run it. Actually, this round is just a time situation. Let that run flat, and honestly, might not even get that opportunity.
Oh no.
They know
she's dead. Yeah,
they're so aware.
I think she's dead. This is not great because if she gets back, then boom, Max is there. That's worst case scenario. That round really just couldn't have gone any worse.
Yeah, it's difficult when you kind of feel mentally like you're in a spot like you were saying where there's no options. You lose track of your mid control, and mid control on Mirage is so important. You really require that, or at least some semblance of it, in order to break your way out of either both A and the B bomb site. We go in for a 4-spine. Atrix are gonna keep with some pistols, upgrades for some Regian and one of those, Eagle and armor.
Okay. You know, it's always rough when you're going onto the B bomb side. Hacko's there. Like, you know, I think people, maybe sometimes people don't remember how good he was. Or like, I think he's had a bit of flack. Obviously, he's maybe not playing. He's had quite a rough couple of years throughout Liquid and whatnot, but dude was him. He was him. He's won 2 majors. Still got it.
Yeah, I agree. I remember those days as a for multiple reasons, as a longtime Team Liquid fan since 2015.
Yeah, I
I
don't
remember
know if
for the
I
good and
would.
the bad.
I don't know if I'd want to remember his Team Liquid days.
The problem is,
Kind of all went downhill
Yeah.
from there.
well, I was actually referring to the loss at end, you know?
Oh,
That too.
maybe it's cope, but yeah, I feel like if you had it, you never really used it realistically. VSM though, does lose his head. What a shot from Fuzzy, and it's just opened up so much space. You already have the smokes in corner, you already had the smokes in window, but Ponta eliminates Regian from a distance as she falls. Her fellow troops are still making their way up, but as I just mentioned, Taco, a force to be reckoned with. I said it's always rough going onto a bomb site when he's the anchor, and he just shows us perfectly that sentiment in action. Now, with everybody here, Atrix just full.
Yeah, it feels like Atrix kind of had the firepower to take some of those duels out mid. We've seen a couple of times that they've been successful. Pistol round win one of them, and you know the first step of that process works out beautifully thanks to Furzy, but the follow up from that a little bit lacking, allowing Taco to arm up a couple of kills in the back of the site. From there, little lead change as triple to Taco. To 3. That's another pistol round, another eco.
That's rough. VSM is not at a good time, I'm sure.
No, he hasn't.
No, he has not. So, Faris is this young up-and-coming worker, is he then? I don't really know much about him, to be honest.
You know, and that's kind of the cool part. I don't think really anybody does all that much. This is my first kind of experience with him. Getting to see him work. I actually think he was on another, like, I'll say tier 3 team briefly, and I didn't really notice too much at that time. But on this Tropa de Taco team, he's had some glimmers where
It's going for as well.
you see some of the shots that he hits, and it's certainly not consistent enough yet. But there is definitely something there.
Well, we were just speaking his name, and he's already taking aggressive fights out middle. He's actually not been given anything just yet, but he will soon. He's got that lovely support from Max. Reese has rotated out of middle towards
is
A,
stuck.
and well, he's stuck, but I was just about to say he has VSM, never mind, Little Z, that is a really nice shot, well, completely blind as well, actually. But even though he does pick up that kill, they're losing more teammates elsewhere. Max, you were speaking about him being stuck, and well, there it is. He gets good support from teammates with utility, but it doesn't matter. Issue is for Atrix, successes come very fleetingly. Like in a lot of these rounds, we're like, oh, you know, they've opened up the space, they've taken this kill on short or taken this kill in middle, and then they lose players elsewhere that ends up deteriorating the whole round. And this time it's the bomb being dropped in ramp, and sure, even though Faris does fall there, I just, this round, there shouldn't be a way that Atrix can win this now that the bomb is down on ramp.
Yeah, Pontra's control is so important. You got Taco coming back in through jungle here in a moment, and that timing's going to be interesting, though.
Never mind.
Okay, turns in the right direction. Doesn't win the duel. Not quite prepared. And Juliana, who, she's done a great job in this round of bringing it back. Unfortunately, now at 16 HP, and not a lot of time, though. Collected the bomb. 9 seconds left. Got to commit to this plant, surely. Will do so. We're going to allow that to go down and just creeps his way around the default box. Will confirm the victory. Slow round, nearly a comeback, but Atrix fall eventually.
What is Taco okay, he's counting, yeah, he's all good now. But, you know what, that round became substantially more competitive than I ever thought it would be. Like, that bomb went down, I was like, ah, it's over. And if it wasn't for Taco, and his ice-cool nerves, could have gone a different way, but Taco is having a lot of impact as the Bianca right now, I will say. And that's always great when you've got someone like that, where your Bianca is saving the day, holding down bomb sites, playing double short when necessary, because VSM certainly not having a good time, and they're actually just setting him off short. They're like, yeah, we've given you your chance.
I was just wondering, is that the new lineup for the HE into the...
So I think the point is that you throw that HE, and then it doesn't do any damage. I think that's the point of that one. There's quite a few lineups, but
Oh, okay.
so that will blow out the right. I think there's some clipping where you just don't take damage, but you can stand really close. Either way,
Yeah,
by the way,
I just know a different one.
round. Yeah, there's quite a few, isn't there? So and that one will only dissipate the right side of the window. That's the whole point. Also, this was a gun round, by the way.
yeah.
It was we've actually seen, this is the same default, I'm pretty sure, from the last gun round, or maybe the gun round before, where they had one under, 2 late mid. This time the difference was there was 1 more B apps and not 2A, but it doesn't matter, it's just still the exact same result of very much destroyed.
Yeah, it feels like there's not a lot of layers to Atrix mid-take right now. I think we see that kind of the first step of that, and if Tropa de Taco kind of respect the first set of utility, that's worked fine. We saw some of those successful mid-takes work out because of that, but if Tropa de Taco show any disrespect to any of that utility, it starts to fall apart a little bit. And we're going to see a different look out of Atrix. It's going to be the 8-pop. Pistols and armor with the util behind it. Setup looks good, but there's a good spot to handle this. It's going to be Max and Ponter to team up. Out of bullets now, but all good. The USP will do just fine without any head armor for the majority. Continues to go in with that USP. He has rifles, AKs, in fact, right behind him. Trouble to Taco, losing nobody in the anti-eco.
These rounds just unfortunately aren't seeming massively competitive. Like, you had good pistol round win, good conversion from Matrix, and then subsequently it's been only really 1 round that's been close, and that was that weird 1v1 where the bomb was on ramp. So yeah, I'm hoping that as we close in towards the end of this first half, this is competition. This could be it. There's no one on the A-bomb side. Ponta, the only defender, swings S1 is traded out, and Reggian following forward, leaving a trail of disaster behind her as Taco and Farius left to try and pick up the pieces of this A-bomb site that has just fallen. Reggian the spearhead of all of it.
And she just took the whole A-bomb site and grabbed it for herself. Matrix thanking her as they should walk out of this round with the victory. Just to me, like, both Taco and Farias are all good. They just sit here and wait. See if they can pick up an exit or two, but ultimately escape. Or not. Oh, they're going for it.
No, Taco! Okay, there was no time anyways.
I mean, they got the money. I guess why not?
Yeah, I mean, it's shocking. I mean, if it wasn't towards the end of the half, I'd be like, that's an awful thing to do, because when you go for those other things and you lose the economy, and when you had an AWP as well, like, that's how things spiral. But I think they have, like, enough money for the rest of the half. It's kind of fine. They've got an AWP out on DSM. That's a double
off. Yeah.
I'm usually, there's like the retake fallacy I harp on about. But it's like, people are like, we can go for it, we might get, if we get one, we can go for it. It's like, that's how you throw away games.
Yeah, but they're right, though. You might get it.
No. Don't.
No, you're right. I'm just trolling you.
It's my, like, biggest pet peeve in counter. Oh,
He's just got so much value with his utility on this round and followed it with that spam.
yeah, I was just about to say, Sinon's been dunked by a nade, blocked by a smoke, and then subsequently swammed through that smoke. Ooh, that's an opening kill. Sorry, Max was in T-Sport.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
Max has just not really showing respect, getting that deep, and I think Little has gotten that kill like 3 times now. So it's been a consistent factor, but so is this. When Trump and Taco lose an area, Haunter's here on A to take it back, and it was ramp before. Now it's in the Palace as well, and I just don't know if Atrix should have like an idea that this could have been happening, but do they check it?
Yeah, they're thinking onto bomb site a little bit too easily. Furzy, good first shot. Molo onto Ticket, gonna limit Arisa's movement around CT. He's actually just taken 50 damage from it. He flashed off as well, but Taco on this rotation, remember the amount of impact he gets. I was talking about it. The B anchor getting another triple kill. Might even get a 4th actually as well. Might have to get a 4th actually, as it's first set up in this 1 versus 3. Utility raining down upon her, completely blinded by the flashbang. Overwatch being provided, and it's Taco to secure the quad kill.
That's terrifying. Both these guys are low.
Oh yeah.
Right, Taco and Farias are both low, and VSM's the only high health player, and he's just got to stick the bomb. No, I think he was sticking the bomb, VSM.
Oh, was he? Oh yeah, sorry. Obviously Farias had the York on stairs.
Yeah, so could have been a little bit scary. Ultimately, Taco though, so patient here in jungle, man. Like, and that's what you mean when you're talking about like you never really lose it. It's that kind of patience that I think you're talking about.
It's something that's actually interesting for real patience. It's something I did kind of notice being like, damn, this goes instantly in previous rounds. And we needed in this round. That's the question. Here comes the execute. Max and Ponta putting it for 1 each. What a nade. Dunks down on Sion and Thursday both tagged down. VSM, we've got 2 walks in connector, and both of them ringing out for success. We'll see last alive with so many AWPers on the other side as she comes around the corner. It's a terrifying scene, and Chopper's attack go excel on their opponents by picking the first half of a 9-3 scoreline.
I know that looks a little silly just because, you know, it's double up right there, but actually funny little micro moment where they're doing a great job of swinging off of one another, right? Only one player ever actually swinging that. I know it's a silly situation to have a double up on, but it actually worked beautifully.
Yeah, it's like one of those things where it's like, I wonder if that's on purpose, or if I wonder that just worked out perfectly. Because I know exactly what you mean. Is that just like a... Is that something that's been born because they've played so much together, or is either
or is
way.
it just two good players playing well micro?
Yeah, like it was perfectly played. Wonder what the comms were. It's always interesting. Like, they're coming. Oh, they're all dead.
Yeah.
But anyways, Taco the Tropper. Tropper the Taco.
There we go.
And, ooh,
Nice
head
shot.
ripped off. They might not clear Fuzzy now because of it. Ooh, she peeks out. Oh, really, I don't know why she moved there. But, onside falls. Really nice sharp entries. However, retake is very plausible with Reggiane having a kid in smoke.
It is 3-on-3. These post plants are solid too. ESM got a USP, great position for it on the run, and that's the swing off the back of it for Ponter. Taco all the way up to the apartments. Doesn't need to take the fight, but will look down onto the bomb. There's a kid. Wait a second. Jan though, the knives are out, and Ponter will take it as well. Oh man.
I've noticed something today that I don't know if I've noticed previously, but I swear every kill in pistol rounds today has been a running kill. Apart from, obviously, the one they've just shown. But, like, I don't think I've seen a single kill today where someone hasn't been in some way moving. Like, this kill from VSM is just like, meow.
Is that the donk impact?
Oh, fully. And I think, and CS2 as well. Like, you remember that clip that went around of Malbs entering?
Yep.
And he just didn't stop. That
Yep.
was obviously because he was like, you know, he was making space. But yeah, like, I think and especially pistols don't really stop anymore. It feels like, and there's been like little things of, like what that video of him playing DM just not stopping.
Yeah, it's actually disgusting how consistently you can keep moving in CS2. That is 100% the biggest difference between going and CS2. Now that we've had like some time for, you know, I would say the majority of the big kinks to get worked out.
Game's definitely better. Anyways, speaking of game. Huh?
You've angered yourself.
We're doing what?
This game's better.
Like, I like the state of CS2. I think it's not that bad.
I don't disagree with you.
I think people, I think people who say personally, that's my personal opinion of it. People who actually play the game right now. Anyways, we've got an opening kill on short. I think first was being set up for a flash play.
Yeah, she was.
But then there was no one holding on the bus, so yeah, Fuzzy's dead. And now this is a perfect position for the T-side to BM because they can leave Max in underpass and he can play very late on in the round. And then in the meantime, yeah, in the meantime you can go join up with, I think Ponta was over towards A to begin with at the start of the round. So you join up with him and you go execute A. But yeah, look at Juliana. This is awkward. It's actually worse off for Atrix because, yeah, Reggiana, sorry, it was Juliana in top middle, but Reggiana just none the wiser. They're like, oh, mid's clear, we're flanking mid, there's still Max there, and Max has just cleaned house in this round. Question is, has Little Z's kill here deterred and taken away enough time that Juliana's really long flank is going to be effective and she doesn't get a kill?
Unlucky on so many levels, actually.
Yeah, the timing of Max there is impeccable.
Yeah. I mean, actually, as well, Juliana had just moved, like, to the left of top mid, like, onto the extended part of Catwalk, right when Max cleared it. Oh, yeah. A round of ifs and buts, and, well, oh darn, at the end. Atrix, but Trovo de Taco, yeah. They come away with it, 12 rounds, it's looking likely to close here. It's MP9s, Atrix, that's all they can muster up in defense. 16, shot him out of Farias, but follow up, lots of bodies, unfortunately most of them fall. It's just the one, the 3 on the other side. Trovo de Taco have a commanding lead in this round, and it's looking like they'll close.
Yeah, this is, you know, after those first 2 rounds, Atrix, they had a good start on Mirage, but since then it's been very difficult to get their foot onto Mirage effectively, and with that, the kings of the main Swiss in CCT South America will be halfway to taking their first victim here in Series 6 as they dominantly win out Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of good basics, I think, for Trovo de Taco. Like, the way that they were able to consistently gain back map control anytime they lost it. Not to mention, obviously, winning a lot of fights, but it helps as well when Taco's going 17-5. Like you kept talking about it, but I just wanted to reiterate, circle back here at the end, your B-Anchor went 17-5. Like, that is absurd, and you win almost every game that happens.
It's definitely more than helpful. He was a rock on the rotation, rock in the clutches, rock when they came to be, like, you know, all around quite a stunning game from him. But with that in mind, us two up next. It's Trovo de Taco's best map. They've only really lost it to Fluxo in the playoffs. Apart from that, they've been basically flawless apart from one other slip up. So for Atrix, it's going to be another uphill battle after we take a short break. We'll be there for Dust 2. Unfortunately, maybe not the result Atrix wanted there on map 1. Drop the taco, they lost the first 2 rounds of the game, and since that point, it was a uphill success for them. It was a very difficult game for Atrix. I think there was a lot of times their defaults, they could just never really quite get them going. And Taco obviously was having a really good game. Well, kind of everyone was having a good game. VSM had a rough start, but apart from that, everyone was firing on all cylinders for Drop of the Taco. And now as we go on to one of their best maps, I feel like we have our Kings looking to take back their crown in the main Swiss.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a lot to hang on to with regard to like talking about what Atrix might be able to do or may be able to try on Dust 2. Just because I think the things that work so well on Mirage, individuality, having good games we talked about, but also the basics being really nailed down, the way that Trevor Taco were consistently taking space, retaking, disrupting the default, all of those things are kind of tenets of Counter-Strike, if you will, and it's all of those things that I think that Atrix are going to have the toughest time disrupting. Especially you add an addition to the fact that we're on Dust 2. I think it's even more difficult. So not to paint too like stark of a picture here, but yeah, I think Atrix are unfortunately kind of stuck in a bit of a landslide that I don't know that they'll be able to wade out of.
What I'm gonna looking at for this upcoming map is just a little bit more competition, right? Like I want to see Atrix prove themselves a little bit more. They've obviously not got their full roster, and we don't know if it's like a roster change or if it's a stand-in, but I think it is probably a roster change, going on the fact they have already made a roster change going into this year and like kind of on the back end of the last season of VSL Impact. So we've got a new look Atrix, and I'm just hoping to see a little bit more from them so they can just exhibit what they truly are like as a team.
Well, I think talking of like upsides and things that I saw that looked good, I think Reggie Ann and Juliana, just like as two individuals, had some really impactful moments to talk about. Oh, nice shot as well out of Reggie Ann, speak her name, and she's popped into the feed, taking Taco down, and that's the utility as well on Trovo to Taco. So there's no smoke actually for this cross.
Perfect start, right? Exactly what you'd want. And they're just gonna have to run willy-nilly with a run boost. Ooh, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Get him over. Ooh, oh, there's a flashbang. This is actually blind on the CT side. They're playing very hard retake. There is a kit. There's a lot of utility actually for the retake. 3 flashes in a smoke. Juliana has been pushed in the meantime. But now here comes the retake. 3 from CT, 2 from short. He's a pretty nice post pass, I'm not gonna lie. From the T side, flashback from the City side. Unfortunately, I think it's actually blinded the defenders as they're coming out. Ooh, it's a scrappy battle towards long, but as Sinon gets that final kill, it's the pistol round. Another pistol round for Atrix.
Yeah, there we go. A lot better look, and I mean, Reggie Ann just starts that off with a bang. Takes Taco out, makes sure that trying to cross is going to be difficult, and even though Atrix give a lot of space that honestly might not have been the best decision, they also make sure that they stay alive, maintain that advantage, and utilize that to great effect to get that retake done. Turbo to Taco. First round, or rather second round, excuse me, of Mirage, they didn't have any bomb plan or such as they were on the CT side, so they went for the full save. This time, not so much. It's looking to be the full buy, and a whole lot of moves made towards the B side of the map. Just gonna send it all the way in there. Bruzy, she's ready and waiting.
Yeah, and then there's really good counter utility on top of that. So Troll Taco not only lose their first man, then lose all their steam, lose all their momentum, and are stinted. They're going to have to be forced to recalibrate, reset, and, well, luckily, I guess, they had the time to do so.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy timing. If VSM just walks away, he just walks away.
What?
So as Juliana comes back through that smoke to investigate, she's seeing nothing. He's not there. Like a ghost, he's disappeared.
That is a rough situation for sure. He's literally a ghost.
Well, Spook. Not a different player.
Yeah, not the OG one.
Oh, he's about to get off. Or not. Or not! PSM, it's 3 on the D.
What can you even do against that? Just absolutely nothing you can do about that. That is disgusting. That is
Flashbang?
okay. Yeah, okay. It was. Yeah, there's definitely something you can do about it. But VSM, he's on a roll. He's finally. He's got the deagle out. Ah,
That's
the wings get clipped. That is a ridiculous round from VSM. A player who struggled at the beginning of the CT side on Mirage has just put Atrix in their place.
Yeah, I think that's just one little missing detail, right? I think a flash definitely would have been helpful. But, you know, that's for the first person around the corner. Second person is just trying to trade here. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Atrix, they really don't know what quite hit them. They get knocked down a peg or two by VSM, and his Eagles saved them from a round that I feel like would have been kind of unwinnable otherwise. Hit her, bangs out, and Kersey's just nailed. And backspeed on the rest. Ooh, that round went from being quite promising to being very dismal very quickly.
Just another little detail in that is the HE drops right as they're all looking to swing. Yeah. So it's a nice flashbang, but everybody who's swinging is half health. They wasted no time getting the AWP out. Tropa to Taco. For a penny in for a pound, it seems.
Same principle actually. Going for a very similar round. And unfortunately it's actually provided the same result, but it is a Felico, so you know there's not too much to talk about there. This is unfortunately looking already somewhat similar to Mirage, of like you get the pistol for Atrix and then it's just it somewhat goes downhill like after that, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean a USP round.
You don't want to put too much weight on just that second round.
Yeah, I think that's one where there's a good idea behind it, but plenty of counter. For a bit of talk we're putting together. It's a long take. Atrix gonna put a lot of resources towards that area of the map to start. Tropa de Taco's good to leave that where it lies. Vital first and foremost. Nice shot, close range. The sidestep from Taco allows him to trade.
Yeah, it's now good space being taken by Taco and Ponta. Whoa, he should have had that kill. Sign-on, that's a massive kill to be getting, because now it forces the T side to go towards A, where previously if Sign-on had died, it would have then allowed and created a big chasm of space towards B. The issue is, does it seem to matter? Well, T-side seems to not care. They walk into 3 defenders, they walk into the mass majority, and they don't miss a beat.
Yeah, I think we saw, you know, Tropa de Taco testing the waters a little bit on Mirage. I think we saw them playing a little bit more of a respectful game. It feels like the gloves are coming off on this one.
Yeah, that's gone now.
And I mean, I think to be fair, that's kind of the way it goes in any game. You got to test the waters first and foremost, see what sticks. But just a lot of confidence out of Tropa de Taco at the moment.
And it's also working. I think individually, you've got a lot more experience at an international level, at quite a high level for Tropa de Taco, with like likes of ESM and Taco especially, but then also Ponta. And I think individually, when they shape up, they seem sometimes overbearing.
I mean, that trio of Taco, Ponta, VSM have
scary.
Yeah, a lot of experience. There's that flashbang, beautiful as it is. Raya sets VSM up.
Terrorists win.
VSM's on it, man.
Bomb has been planted.
I think he felt bad about the struggle at the beginning of the last map. Like, I got it. Don't worry. Step it up for the squad. Looks like we got some Mongols fans here in the Trovo de Taco spawn.
Oh yeah. You're a Mongols fan? I feel like it's hard not to be.
Yeah, it is. I won't pretend I was the first, but before the major, I was like, yeah. Especially 910. I love 910.
This is something though. Little Z gets a really effective opening kill towards middle. Keeps an advantage for Atrix now. Trovo de Taco, second round of the game, when they had that disadvantage, VSM wreaked havoc towards short, and now as he's being left by himself towards doors, I think it's fair to be potentially scared that he's going to do something similar again. Ooh, this timing, that is so rough. Juliana came around the corner just as VSM had backed away, so you know, she's common. It's clear, underpass, and then VSM popped up his head. A definitely pop up for that master, and he's still controlling a large portion of this map, controlling the rotation, and, well, wreaking havoc once again. This is it, it's round over, and Trovo de Taco, it feels so simple.
And it's just, when it rains, it pours. Little starts off that last round, or this round rather. She's done such a great job finding the opening pick, and then you got a flying Max just falling at you. End it off. It's devastating. It's a tough loss when you're looking back at it. It's tough, even more so when you're in the server experiencing it. Now 6-1. Money's tight. Little can't even get out of spawn. Through the door.
Yeah, they're just running, but effectively out there. There is this commotion in middle. So it's like, sure they're in a 3 versus 3, but the whole A bomb site has been completely taken. So Atrix, there's definitely a world where we just save these AKs, but then you just kind of need rounds, right? So they're probably gonna go for this for the sake of like, we need a round on the board.
I honestly, that's both the most understandable mindset and the most frustrating mindset for me. Because you're right, but also, they have an op. It's a 3v3. This is just not a retakeable site. And I think this is ultimately the better call if you're Atrix. Get into position next round where you have the best possible chance to start that comeback story.
Yeah, saving 2 AKs. T-Molo as well. Always good to have.
Honestly, that on your
That on its
main player.
on its own is enough to save.
Yeah. Like your B anchor has the team all over. Like, see you guys later.
Crazy how much better it is.
I really hope I really hope they change it back at some point. I think that's such a bad change for the like health of the game and like the esport actually.
It just doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense logically either. So why would the like purpose-built incendiary be worse than the like homemade?
That's actually such a good point. I've never thought about that before.
Yeah.
I've never thought about that. Yeah, the homemade one is better than the industrial made one.
Yeah, literally made for war. And it's like
I haven't even put, I never put that together before. That's really funny.
I'm glad you're with me. The 8-hit or not? That one nade, everybody turned back away. And the cat control comes in for Trovo de Taco. Setting up mid to be utility and they're gonna head out with it.
Issue is, the bomb site has now caved. Fuzzy tries to make her own way forward out of that smoke in mid. on CT does do very well to get another kill and has made this round contestable, but Max, even though he's got the bomb on his back, fighting tooth and nail, claims 2 more scalps, and Little Z has been forced to fade away into the darkness.
Round that kind of starts off on the right track. Furzy does a lot of good work at preempting that smoke and then getting through it as well. Just something a little bit too far of a step forward. I don't recall who it was, but the B player is taking, just taking a little bit too many liberties, I think. Talking about having to deal with both a mid play and the B attack through tons. Just a step later and could have been a crossfire with Furzy moving through the smoke. Instead, it's 2 isolated duels.
Yeah, this round shaped up really well when Furzy able to get 2 there, but as you said, I think Synom, to be fair, is like, you know, scared of maybe someone coming from B, so just taking the fight middle, trying to do something with your teammate. It's going downhill again. Another gun round. The AWP didn't get saved. They have repurchased it. However, they have gone 1 for 2 in long, and BSM, he's playing football. He's doing some skills, some keepy ups with that smoke. And is that Max? Yeah, Max is just in CT spawn. Okay. Oh, this is. And then the Molo killed Lil Z. It's just was that needed, that knife kill? You have got max money off this round.
Was it needed, but is a knife kill ever, like, necessary?
Exactly. It's always necessary in one way.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, it certainly is. It's not a good feeling on the other side of it.
No, not at all. Quite the opposite.
I mean, bro, he's in their spawn at minute 20 as well.
You can see the, like, kind of difference in how this game's being approached now. Of you would never push into their spawn through the smoke.
Never.
But he does, and he gets a knife kill because of it. I think it just shows kind of where this game is right now.
Shows where Turbo de Taco's heads are at. They've moved on, it feels. Sussed out the push, a little crunch. With the mid push into tons as well as upper. I think, you know, as much as we're talking there, Turbo de Taco still walking in and actually playing this with the, you know, the correct amount of utility and something it takes. Counter to that lower push, for example, and then consistently having the flash for Cat as well. Those are the bare minimum, but when you're talking about a scoreline like that, they're easy details to miss, yet they aren't.
Okay, 1 round off. And we've got 5 orbs.
Fnatic?
Fnatic? Okay, at least some people have got rid of their orbs. Most people have got rid of their orbs. Pontus decided he wants to AWP today.
You didn't know? You had that time as an opper.
Oh yeah! I was thinking, like, I was genuinely thinking, being like, I swear he was an AWPer.
Hold on,
really
I'm fully trolling. I don't know if that's true.
No, wait, is it Ponta, or am I actually, like, this is the legit thought process I had of, like, I genuinely thought he was an AWPer at one stage. And I think I am just trolling.
I was trolling you. I have no idea.
I think you've trolled me into thinking, like, you know, what I thought, I've trolled myself by you trolling me.
I'm sorry. It's not my intention. Or maybe it was.
You 5D chest.
I think Turbo de Taco, I don't know if it's 5D chess. It might just be normal 2D chess. But either way,
The bomb was long when they were out B.
yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know.
Yes.
It's sort of a new age thinking. They've got the king in the back line taking the.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, he's dueling with pawns.
Yeah, I was just like watching the fight in mid, and I was like, they're out B. The opening kill in this round was OP.
Oh. Trevor to Taco, I think just looking to put this one to bed. So we are in a little tech pause here. Sign on dropping, so might have a moment or two before we get this second half pistol underway. I will say statistically, pistols are good for Atrix.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
They have won half of their rounds from a pistol round.
that's what I'm saying. So like as a percentage, pistol rounds are
We're
good.
looking good.
That being said, I think this one might be the most important of them all. If there's any chance of bringing this back. I have a question for you while we have a moment.
Hello.
Are you in or out on train right now?
As in, like, do I like it?
Yeah.
I'm honestly, personally, quite a big fan of Train. I think there's obviously, like, you know...
The current train, I mean. Like, the
yeah,
map that
yeah,
has just
yeah,
been
yeah.
in the-
Like, I think, obviously, there's teething issues, and it's, like, obviously, the game is not in its perfect position where it is. Like, sorry, the map. But it's, like, from scrimming it and doing offline and watching it on the very few officials it's being played on, I like it.
You put
I
some
think it's-
scrims in? How's it scrim? I have not scrimmed.
A lot of teams still learning. So it's a lot of testing.
Okay,
I think
fair.
you're seeing a lot. You're seeing people try things. It's cool to see like the fight for pop now and like some of the smokes you can do. Quite hard to use some of the utility towards A main and in general because of the sky, because of like the roof. No, I like it. I'm excited to see how they change it. Cause it needs to be changed.
Nice shot. Trias with Max and the flashbang to provide him support. Cargo tossing flashes. Max taking heads. It's 4. For 23 and 4 Max, I've just realized.
I can understand why he pushed spawn and got a knife now. I don't think he's let go of W, and I think he has just been running around nailing people, to be honest.
Yeah.
Which is like... It's understandable.
When you're winning, you don't win games by taking your foot off the gas.
Exactly. However... Yeah, Taco's been caught off guard there, I'm sure. I don't think they realised Sion would be up that fast after barriers were also covering. Max finally put down, and some nice deagle shots ringing out. For actually quite a lot of success. It was a 3 versus 2 with the bomb. Should be planted, yeah, planted down on the A bomb side. Ponta's been smoked off from short, and Faris is low HP, so looks like we're extending play.
Yeah, I mean, doubtful to get back in here. Ponter's going to give this a go, though, up through long. Has the kit, as does Farias, but I think him getting onto the site with the scout and 16 health is going to be a little bit more difficult. Actually, they've fully conceded. I tell a lie. Much is just looking for exits here. Get the one. Nice shot. Nice addition at the end, but I don't know that that's gonna change the outcome of this game. But that's, I mean, one foot in front of another. That's the way you got to start.
Exactly. I think that's the kind of best way to look at it. Of it is like, if there's ever comebacks, if ever happens, this is how it happens. It's just winning those low buy rounds that are maybe that's the hard part, right?
Lined up
That's
two twice.
Not great though. Yeah, they run towards B and they get decimated, and Taco finalizes it in T-spawn. Domination here on Dust 2, domination on Mirage, and it's Chop with the Taco. Proving a point. here in the main Swiss once again, as they are looking to claim another 3-0 title going into playoffs.
I think the point that they've proven and been proving is that it doesn't matter who's in front of them, that they will dominate. And that hasn't changed today. And honestly, hard to see a world where that changes tomorrow either, or the next day as this Swiss stage continues. I think the thought process that I had kind of coming into this, that I mentioned as we kind of started this matchup, was this is a tough draw for Atrix, and I think I walk away feeling the same.
Yeah, it's probably the worst draw you could get in the main Swiss, and hopefully as the series gets on, you have Atrix having the possibility to prove themselves just like a little bit more. So that's going to be really cool to see their development, but again, just really dominant from Tropataco, and Max especially on map 2. Alright, what did he end? 24 kills? 24 and 5 is like 150 ADR. That is a very, very impressive scoreline, and you could see he was just playing a lot of confidence, and it showed.
Yeah, confidence over the course of the entire roster, honestly, and for good reason. We've been seeing what they've put together. I also think, and maybe this is unfair to say, but this one, I think a less attainable game. There's a lot more attainable games in this Swiss that I'm excited for Atrix to play. Speaking of, though, the Swiss continues coming in tomorrow, but that is it for us today. We had 4 games, and a couple of fun ones, but a little bit of a whimper there at the end.
Well, hopefully we're going to see some more exciting Counter-Strike as well tomorrow, because we are back on it every single day here with CCT Season 2, South America Series 6. We will see you tomorrow for a fresh set of faces, still in the first stage of the main Swiss. With that in mind, I hope everyone has a lovely evening, and we will be signing off tonight. Good night.